Test, test, mic test, test, mic test. test, 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 test.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing, testing. We have a new headset here now, so we're hoping that that comes clear. Just looking to confirm if anybody could hear me. Ian Flynn, anybody got my text cell number? Give me a quick text messages to let me know. We are in heat 4 of 8. In lane number 1 is Kenna Jones of the Wave Runners. Lane number 2 is Olivia Rice of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Ava Harris of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Hillary Wiseman of the Wave Runners. Lane 5 is Emily Horwood of the Gators. And in lane 6 is Aria Hughes of the Piranhas. And we are off. Again, lane number 1 is on the left of your screen. Lane 6 is on the right. And it looks like it is lane number 3 with Ava Harris. But it's a close battle between Olivia Rice and Keena Jones. And it looks like it's Keena Jones has taken the lead here. And it looks like it's going to be Keena Jones who's going to touch the wall first. Now we have a 3-way battle for second. It's Keena Jones touching the wall, and it looks like it was Olivia Rice edging out Ava Harris and Hillary Wiseman, followed up closely by Emily Horwood and Aria Hughes. Now we move on to heat 5 of 8 of the girls 25 and under, girls 8 and under 25 meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Faith Power out of Maryland's. Lane number 2 is Isla Osman of the Wave Runners. And lane number 3 is Maggie Callahan of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Allie Cody of the Marylands. Lane 5 is Lydia French of the Piranhas. And in lane number 6 is Callie Smith of the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. Again, lane 1 is on your left. Lane 6 is on your right on the screen. And we are off. And it looks like it is lane number 4, which is Lydia French, is hanging on to a slight lead over Isla Osman. But it looks like now it is Lydia French who is taking control of the race in lane number 5. And now it looks like it's going to be lane number 4 of Allie Cody touching the wall slightly ahead of Isla Osman. Right behind her is Faith Power. Now we move on to heat number 6 of 8 of the girls 8 and under 25 meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Lexi Emberley of the Marylands. Lane 2 is Mackenzie Welshman of the Bluefins. Lane number 4 is Madison Smith of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Amelia Higgins of the Sea Lions. And in lane number 6 is Paige Hickey of the Wave Runners. Again, girls 8 and under 25 meter freestyle. Lane 1 is on the left of your screen. Lane 6 is on the right. We have Sea Lions in lanes 4 and 5, which is the far right of your screen. Looks like we got our audio issues addressed. Here we go. Heat 6 of 8, and it looks like it is lane number 2 of Mackenzie Wiseman of the Bluefins now holding a slight lead ahead of Alexi Emberley. And right on the far lane there in lane number 6 is Paige Hickey. And now it's a battle. It's a 3-way battle for first right now, and it looks like it was Paige Hickey who pulled out ahead of Mackenzie Wiseman and Lexi Emberley. Followed closely behind is Amelia Higgins and Madison Smith. Now we move on to heat 7 of 8 at the girls 8 and under 25 meter. In lane number 1 is Charlie Gray at the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. In lane 2 is Grace Smith at the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Tori Paisley at the Piranhas. Lane number 4 is Ava Noseworthy at the Sea Lions. Lane number 5 is Bryn Osmond at the Wave Runners. And in lane number 6 is Penelope Locke at the Wave Runners. Again, lane 1 is on your left, lane 6 is on your right. Heat 7 of 8. And we are off, and it looks like it is out of the blocks. It is going to be lane number 3, which is, and it's lane number 3 of Tori Paisley, who took complete control of this race right from the start. In lane number 1 is Charlie Gray, finishing second. Now we have a battle for third, and it looks like it's Grace Smith just edges out Ava Noseworthy, followed closely behind by Bryn Osmond and Penelope Locke. Now we move into the final heat of the first event of the 2024 Summer Club Championships. In lane number 1 is Allie Green of the Piranhas. Lane number 2 is Maria Budd of the Bluefins. Lane number 3 is Charlotte Pike of the Marlins. Lane number 4 is Jade Suley of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. Lane number 5 is Hannah Horwood of the Gators. And in lane number 6 is Maria Knight of the Gators. And just like that, we are off to the races for the 2024 Summer Club Championships. Bay Robert Sea Lions trying to defend their title with 7 other clubs nipping at their heels.
I can never see them. My goggles are black. I know. It makes you stress. Casey, don't go first. I'm not telling you.
Here we go, heat 8 of 8. Event number 1, girls 8 and under, 25 meter freestyle. Again, lane 1 is on the left of your screen. Lane 6 is on the right. And here we go, and it looks like it is lane number 3, which is Charlotte Pike, with a fantastic dive, is taking control of this race, and it looks like she's going to try to hang on for her first place. But lane number 1 here of Allie Green, and it is lane number 3, which is Allie Green, just edged out Charlotte Pike, followed up by Maria Knight. Right behind her was Maria Butt and Hannah Horwood. Here we go. We're moving into event number 2. Boys 8 and under, 25 meter freestyle. We have 3 heats. Heat 1, lane 1, Riley Saunders of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Clark Butt of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Griffin Sims of the Bluefins. And in lane number 5 is Sebastian Smith of the Bluefins. No Sea Lions biased on this commentary, as everyone in the water is a Bluefin. Looks like we have a Bay Robert Sea Lion. I'm guessing she's a girls 8 and under swimmer who may have missed her swim and is swimming in lane number 6. In the first heat of the boys 8 and under. And I can certainly relate as a parent, as my daughter's first experience of swimming the freestyle at her first swim club was very intimidating. And her and her good friend, who are still on the swim team 10 years later, took much convincing and bribery to get back in to the pool, which they did. And 10 years later, they're still going strong. So good on her for getting in the water and swimming here in this heat. So right now we have swimmers in lanes 1, 2, and 4. The boys 8 and under. And here we go. It looks like it is lane 1 of Riley Saunders. of the Bluefins. It's Riley Saunders here in the lead, followed up closely by Clark Butt. Right behind them, it is Griffin Sims. And it's Riley Saunders touches the wall first. Now it's a battle for second between Clark Butt and Griffin Sims. And it looks like it's going to be Clark Butt edging out Griffin Sims for second place in Heat 1 of 3 of the boys 8 and under 25 meter freestyle. Now we get ready for Heat 2 of 3. In lane number 1 is Seamus Whalen of the Gators. In lane number 2 is John Whalen of the Gators. Lane number 3 is Landon Newberry of the Bluefins. Lane number 4 is Austin Carnegie McKay of the Piranhas. In lane number 5 is Ryder Boone of the Gators. And in lane number 6 is Caden Windsor of the Bluefins. Again, lane 1 is on your left, lane 6 is on your right. Heat 2 of 3 of the boys 8 and under 25 meter freestyle. No, it looks like we have a false start. As I think Ryder Boone in lane number 5 got a little anxious. So it looks like we're starting all over again. And 25 meters at 8 and under is a big swim. And for some of these kids who just swam 3/4 of the length of the pool to have to work their way back and do this all over again. Here we go. We'll get ready again here now as we move on to Heat 2 of 3, event number 2. Boys 8 and under 25 meter freestyle as we had a false start in the first attempt. Again, lane number 1 on your left, lane 6 is on your right. Seamus Whalen and John Whalen of the Gators are in lanes 1 and 2, followed by Landon Newberry of the Bluefins in lane 3. Austin Carnegie McKay is in the Piranhas in lane 4. Ryder Boone lane 5, and Caden Windsor in lane number 6. And this time we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane number 4 of Austin Carnegie McKay is in first place here. Right next to him is Landon Newberry of the Bluefins in lane number 3. And it's going to be Austin Carnegie McKay is going to be in first place here, and it looks like it's Landon Newberry in second. Now it's a battle for third between lanes number 1, 2, and 5, and it looks like lane number 2 of John Whalen is just going to edge out lane number 5 of Ryder Boone for third place. Followed up closely behind is Seamus Whalen and Caden Windsor. Now we move on to Heat 3 of 3. The boys 8 and under 25 meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Jordan Carter of the Bluefins. Lane number 2 is Clinton Moss of the Bluefins. Lane number 3 is Mika Morgan of the Sea Lions. Lane number 4 is Luke Parsons of the Sea Lions. Lane number 5 is Sam Davignon of the Piranhas. And in lane number 6 is Nate Colburn of the Sea Lions. Lane 1 is on your left, lane 6 is on your right. And we have a clean start. And it's Morgan in lane number 3. Being chased shortly behind by Jordan Carter in lane number 1. But as Micah Morgan was going to touch the wall first in lane number 3. Lane number 1, Jordan Clark of the Bluefins finishes second. And now we have a battle for third, and it looks like it may be lane number 2 of Clinton Moss, who just edged out Sam Davignon. Luke Parsons followed up right behind is Nate Colburn. Now we move on to the girls' 9-10 50-meter freestyle, 2 laps. We have 9 heats in this event.
I'm happy I've won swim every day, like last year. I had front crawl, back crawl, slide, and final.
Take a few minutes now as our stroke and turn judges and our timers switch sides as it's 2 laps.
Hi, Miss Allie. You did good, Allie. So did you.
Here it is, event 3, just like that, 2 events over. Event number 3, girls 9-10 50-meter freestyle in heat 1 of 9. In lane number 2 is Nora Hanlon of the Gators. Lane number 3 is Gracie Downey of the Bluefins. And in lane number 4 is Kinley Duty of the Bay Robber Sea Lions. Lane 2 is on your left, lane 4 is on your right on your screen, as these girls get ready to swim 2 laps, 50 meters.
I said that my first yeah. I take 2 of 4. I'm so glad it's not for one. I would never do fly over again. Like the whole gymnastics. How many you do. But I don't have to.
Here we go, heat 1 of 9 of the girls 9-10 50-meter freestyle, 2 laps. Lane number 2, Nora Hanlon of the Gators. Lane 3 is Gracie Downey of the Bluefins. And in lane number 4 is Kinley Duty. And they are in the water, and it looks like it is lane number 2 of Nora Hanlon. It's jumped out to a very strong lead here. And it's going to be a battle now for second place between Kinley Duty and Gracie Downey. But right now it's Nora Hanlon here who's in complete control of this race. As she touches the wall, heads back for her final 25 meters. And now it's a battle to see if Kinley Duty and Gracie Downey. And it's Gracie Downey touches the wall ahead of Kinley Duty. But this was Nora Hanlon from start to finish with an amazing dive, an amazing swim. And it's Nora Hanlon of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. Gracie Downey now is in second place. Followed behind her is Kinley Duty of the Bay Robber Sea Lions. Again, 50 meters, 9 and 10 years old. This is a very difficult swim for the best of swimmers. And it's going to be Gracie Downey touching the wall second. Going to be followed up in third place will be Kinley Duty. Good job, Kinley, getting to the wall and finishing the race. There we go. Now we move on to heat 2 of 9. In lane number 1 is Morgan Cook of the Wave Runners. Lane 2 is Addison Reed of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Lila Moulton of the Gators. Lane 4 is Leah Reed of the Bluefins. And in lane number 5 is Charlotte Jackman of the Marylands. Again, event number 3, girls 9-10 50-meter freestyle, 2 laps of the pool. We are in heat 3 of 9. Lane 1 is on your left, lane 6 is on your right. Girls get ready to take their positions. we go. Heat 2 of 9. Girls 9, 10, 50 meter freestyle. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane number 1 of Morgan Cook out of Wave Runners. Has jumped out to a lead. Who's having a very strong swim. And it looks like on the opposite side in lane number 5 is Charlotte Jackman of the Marlins. And now we have a battle for third place here right now between Addison Reed and Lila Moulton. It is Morgan Cook here at the Wave Runners. As you can hear, it's very loud upstairs. And it is Morgan Cook in lane number 1, touches the wall first. And it looks like it's going to be in lane number 5 is Charlotte Jackman of the Marlins. Now we have a battle for third, and it looks like it's going to be in lane number 3 is Lila Moulton. Trying to hang on to third place is Addison Reed. Pushing hard, but in lane number 5 it is Lila Reed going to touch the wall ahead of Lila Moulton. And now it's Addison Reed in lane number 2, followed by Aaliyah Reed in lane number 4. But that was Morgan Cook's race from start to finish. Unfortunately, I said it so many times last year, and I'm going to keep preaching it again this year. It's time to get these kids back onto the deck of the pool so they could be cheering on their teammates. The teammates could be hearing them, as it's very hard for them to be cheering from a glass window upstairs. And many of these small kids certainly enjoy the words of encouragement and the cheers from their teammates on the side of the pool. It's an atmosphere that some of these kids have not experienced, and it is a great experience at that. Now we move on to heat 3 of 9 at a girls 9, 10, 50 meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Olivia Randall of the Bluefins. Lane number 3 is Elizabeth Han of the Wave Runners. Lane 4 is Olivia Pettin of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Maylee Howell of the Wave Runners. And in lane number 6 is Madison Burton of the Bluefins. Looks like everybody was anxious to go. So we got to get everybody back to the starting blocks again. So again, heat 3 of 9 at a girls 9, 10, 50 meter freestyle. Here we go, event 3 of 9. Our Sea Lion is in lane number 4, Olivia Pettin. And this time we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lanes number 1 and 6 right now of Olivia Randall and Madison Burton. And now it's a battle for third place between Elizabeth Han and Olivia Pettin. But it looks like it is lane number 6 here right now of Madison Burton. He's going to touch the wall at the first 25 meters. But Elizabeth Han, Olivia Pettin, and Olivia Randall are right there for second place in this heat. But is Madison Burton there now trying to hold on to her lead. And Olivia Pettin is making a move here, and it looks like she's trying to overtake the other two swimmers for second place. And it's Olivia Pettin fending off both Elizabeth Han and Olivia Randall, but it is Madison Burton in lane number 6 of the Bluefins. Touches the wall first. Now it looks like Olivia Pettin is trying to hang on against Maylee Howell, and it's Olivia Pettin touches the wall in second place, slightly ahead of Maylee Howell and Olivia Randall. Now we move on to heat 4 of 9. In lane number 1 is Ava Sims of the Bluefins. Lane number 2 is Kaylin Fitzpatrick of the Marylands. And lane number 3 is Macy Young of the Bluefins. Lane number 4 is Janelle Kennedy of the Sea Lions. Lane number 5 is Mila White of the Bluefins. And in lane number 6 is Sadie Hodge of the Marylands. As the parents and nans and pops and brothers and sisters race out on the deck to watch their kids swim. We'll give this a second attempt now as the swimmers get on the blocks. Ready to go. Heat 4 of 9 at the girls' 9, 10, 50-meter freestyle. 2 laps of the pool. Janelle Kennedy of the Sea Lions in lane number 4. And here we go. And it looks like it is lane numbers 3, 4, and 5 right now are surging ahead here a little. It looks like it is lane number 3 of Macy Young. Macy Young and Kaylin Fitzpatrick here. Looks like it was Mila White who touches the wall in the first 25. Followed right behind her is Macy Young and Janelle Kennedy. And it's lane number 5 of Mila White who's holding off the lead here. Now it looks like it is Janelle Kennedy who's moved into second place. Trying to hold off lane number 3 of Macy Young. And it is lane number 5 of Mila White touches the wall first. Right behind her is Janelle Kennedy in lane number 4. Followed by Macy Young in lane 3. Right there is Sadie Hodge in lane 6 and Ava Sims of the Bluefins in lane number 1. We get ready for heat number 5 at a girls' 9, 10, 50-meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Maeve Field of the Piranhas, and lane 3 is Brooke Hoskins of the Wave Runners, and lane number 4 is Alexi Vokey of the Sea Lions, and lane 5 is Ireland Donahue of the Bluefins, and in lane number 6 is Ahana Raul of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. Again, lane 1 is on the left of your screen, lane 6 is on your right. No swimmer in lane number 2. And it looks like no swimmer in lane number 4. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is in lane number 6 of Ahana Raul of the Gators. But it's Mae Field who's put on a surge here after her dive, and it looks like it's between lane number 1 and 6 for first place now, and they touched the wall pretty much simultaneously. Now it's to turn back, and it was Mayfield who had an excellent turn. Takes control of the race and going to try to hang on here for first place. And now it's a battle for second as we have 3 swimmers in the heat for second place here, which is Ahana Raul, Ireland Donahue, and Lexi Vokey. No, not Lexi Vokey. Sorry, it is Brooke Hoskins. And now it looks like it is lane number 5 who's taking the lead, which is Ireland Donahue. Edges out Ahana Raul, and Mayfield followed up right behind them is Brooke Hoskins. Now we move on to heat 6 and 9 in the girls 9, 10, 50 meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Katie Mae Brost of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Riley Nosery of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Sarah Parsons of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Hannah Belbin of the Wave Runners. And in lane 6 is Emma Barker of the Sea Lions. 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 Sea Lions in lanes 3, 4, and 6. Heat 6 and 9 of the girls 9, 10, 50 meter freestyle. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane number 1 of Katie Mae Brost of the Bluefins, who's in first place here, and it's a battle for second now between Riley Noseworthy and Sarah Parsons. It looks like Sarah Parsons might have the slight edge on Riley Noseworthy at the first 25 meters, but right now it is Katie Mae Brost who touches the wall first. It is Sarah Parsons in second place, Riley Noseworthy in third. Followed up closely behind them is Hannah Belbin in lane number 5. And then now it looks like it is Sarah Parsons who's making the push on Katie Mae Brost. And it looks like Sarah Parsons may have just caught her. And it's Sarah Parsons who's going to touch the wall first. But the Bay Roberts Sea Lions edging out Katie Mae Brost. Right behind Katie Mae is Riley Noseworthy of the Sea Lions in third, followed up by Hannah Belbin of the Wave Runners. Now we move on to heat 7 and 9 of the girls 9, 10, 50 meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Sophie Sims of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Bria Da of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Eve Harris of the Wave Runners. 4 is Reese French of the Sea Lions. Lane number 5 is, here we go, 50 meters, 2 laps, girls 9, 10. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane numbers 3, 4 here, battling it out at the early start of this race, which is Eve Harris and Reese French. And lane number 1 is right there with him as well as Sophie Sims. But it looks like it is going to be lane number 3 of Eve Harris, touches the wall slightly ahead of Reese French. And it's those two now are battling it out for first place, and it looks like Eve Harris has a slight lead now ahead of Reese French, who's in second place. Now it's a battle for third, as we have in lanes number 1, Sophie Sims, and in lane number 5 of Michaela Brinston. And it's going to be Eve Harris touches the wall first, Reese French in second. Now we have a 4-way battle for third, and it looks like it may be lane number 2 of Bria Da edges out Sophie Sims. And Michaela Brinson follow right behind them is Elsie Richards. Now we move on to heat 8 of 9. In lane number 1 is Ali Ball of the Piranhas. Lane number 2 is Sadie Hurley of the Gators. Lane number 3 is Marion Powell of the Gators. Lane number 4 is Olivia Paisley of the Piranhas. Lane number 5 is Macy Budd of the Bluefins. And following up in lane number 6 is Autumn Smith of the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. Lane 1 is on your left, lane 6 is on your right. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is a lane number 3 of Marion Powell has the lead here, but it's a very close race here for second place, as we have everybody in lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5 battling it out. And it's going to be Marion Powell touching the wall first at the first 25 meters. She's heading her way back. But it's a too close to call race. It looks like right now it's lanes 4 and 5 are edging themselves ahead a little bit, which is Olivia Paisley and Macy Butt. But it's going to be Marion Powell who's going to touch the wall first. Now, who's going to touch the wall for second? Will it be Macy Butt? Will it be Olivia Paisley? It's going to be, it looks like it's going to be a battle here, and it looks like it's going to be lane number 5. Lane number 5 of Macy Butt just edges out Olivia Paisley. Followed right behind them is Sadie Hurley, Allie Ball, and Autumn Smith. Now we move into the final heat of the girls' 9, 10, 50 meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Quinn Pinkston. In lane number 2 is Beth Norman. In lane number 3 is Priya Delaney. In lane number 4 is Kiva Delaney. They're all Bay Robber Sea Lions, 1 through 4. Lane number 5 is Darcy Williams of the Gators, and in lane number 6 is Julie Kenny of the Gators. 4 Sea Lions and 2 Gators. 2 Delaney's. And it looks like it is a lane number 3 of Priya Delaney, who's taking a slight lead ahead right now of Beth Norman. And is Priya Delaney going to touch the wall first? Does her turn underwater, and is Beth Norman right behind her in second place now. Followed by Quinn Pinkston. Now it looks like Quinn Pinkston and Beth Norman are battling it out, as lanes 4 and 5 make the push as well, which is Kiva Delaney and Darcy Williams. But this is going to be Priya Delaney's race here. And as Priya is touching the wall first in lane number 3. Now we have a very close battle for second place, as it's too close to call for 4. And it looks like it's going to be Kiva Delaney edging out Beth Norman. Right behind Beth was Quinn Pinkston, Darcy Williams, and Julie Kenny. Now we move on to event number 4, boys 9, 10, 50 meter freestyle. 5 heats. In lane number 2 is Reggie Fewer to Wave Runners. Lane 3 is Raleigh Crumby at the Bluefins, and in lane number 4 is Vincent Bradbury at the Marylands. And it looks like we have a clean start, and it looks like it is coming up out of the water. It is lane number 4, Vincent Bradbury and Raleigh Crumby battling it out here right now with Reggie Fewer, the Wave Runners. Trying to stay in this race, but right now it looks like it's lane number 3 of Raleigh Crumby has taken a slight lead ahead of Vincent Bradbury. But these two are in a very tight race at the first 25 meters. And now it's Vincent and Raleigh here battling it out for first place in this heat. And it looks like Vincent now is starting to edge ahead of Raleigh here. With about 10 meters to go here now, it looks like it's going to be Vincent Bradbury trying to hang on to the lead as Raleigh Crumby is putting on a valiant effort here. Just don't think he can catch him, as it's Vincent Bradbury touches the wall. Raleigh Crumby in second place, followed up by Reggie Fewer of the Wave Runners. Now we get ready for heat 2 of 5. The boys 9, 10, 50 meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Hudson Linfield of the Gators. In lane 2 is Benjamin Osmond of the Wave Runners. Lane 3 is Timothy Stuckless of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Seth Huzzy of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Max Burma of the Gators. And in lane number 6 is Luke O'Reilly of the Piranhas. Again, I'll apologize in advance for the butchering of some of these people's names. Here we go, heat 2 of 5, boys 9, 10, 50 meter freestyle. 2 laps. Lane 1 is on your left, lane 6 is on your right. And it looks like we have a false start, so it looks like we're going to have to start all this again. A lot of swimmers upstairs here cheering on all their teammates. Again, it's very unfortunate that they're not on the deck. Get ready to start heat number 2 again of the boys 9, 10, 50 meter freestyle. Lane 1 is Hudson Linfield. Lane 2 is Benjamin Osmond. Lane 3 is Timothy Stuckless. Lane 4 is Seth Huzzy. Lane 5 is Max Burma. And then lane number 6 is Luke O'Reilly. And our beloved Sea Lion is in lane number 4. As I'm sure many of you are aware after the last few summers that I am the parent of a sea lion and I have very biased opinions on who wins the race even when they're close. And I would imagine I'll continue that trend throughout this weekend. But all in all, it's an all in good fun. Here we go again. And now we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane number 4, Seth Huzzy, has taken the lead ahead of Max Burma of the Gators. And it's Seth Huzzy being challenged now by Hudson Loomfield as well. So it's Seth Huzzy trying to battle off 2 Gators here right now. And it's Seth Huzzy touches the wall first at the first 25 meters. Followed right behind him is Hudson Linfield and Max Burma of the Gators. And Seth Huzzy is trying to hang on here now as Benjamin Osmond and Luke O'Reilly are trying to put on a push as well to see who can get 3rd place. And it's right now, it is Seth Huzzy trying to hang on here and trying to hold off Max Burma as Max Burma's putting on a late push. Can he catch him? I don't think so. It is Seth Huzzy touches the wall slightly ahead of Max Burma. Now it's a battle for 3rd, and it looks like it was Hudson Linfield edging out Luke O'Reilly. Followed right behind them is Benjamin Osmond and Timothy Stuckless. Now we move on to heat 3 of 5. In lane number 1 is Carson Vokey of the Wave Runners. In lane number 2 is Jeffrey Green of the Piranhas. Lane 3 is James Adams of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is West Avignon of the Piranhas. Lane 5 is Liam French of the Piranhas. And lane number 6 is Connor Dixon of the Bay Robert Sea Lions. Again, we are event 4, heat 3 of 5 of the boys 9, 10, 50 meter freestyle. And it looks like we have a clean start, and it looks like out of the water. It is lanes number 4 and 5. It's lane number 4 right now of West Avignon of the Piranhas. Lane number 3 of James Adams of the Bluefins is putting on a push as well, along with Jeffrey Green. And it's West Avignon of the Piranhas holding on to his lead here as we approach 20 meters left in the pool. As it's James Adams here now is taking over 3rd. It looks like Jeffrey Green is going to touch the wall for 3rd place. So it is West Avignon 1st, James Adams 2nd, Jeffrey Green 3rd. Followed right behind him is Liam French and Connor Dixon. Right there is Carson Vokey as well as they round off the 6 swimmers in the pool. Now we move on to heat 4 or 5. where we have a gang of sea lions taking on a bluefin. In lane number 1 is Liam Morrissey. In lane number 2 is Caleb Brown. In lane number 3 is Gibson McHugh. In lane number 4 is Nicholas Dawson. Lane number 5 is Nate Bartlett. And the lone bluefin in lane number 6 is Caleb Osmond. And we have a clean start here, and it looks like it is lane number 4 of Nicholas Dawson here now. He's trying to hold on to the lead here now. And we have a battle for second place between lanes number 1 and 2 of Liam Morrissey and Caleb Brown. And it is a very close race here amongst all the Sea Lions here at the moment. And it looks like lane number 3 may have taken the lead of Gibson McHugh, slightly ahead of Nicholas Dawson. Knowing these kids, they're very competitive swimmers. And it is Gibson McHugh, Nicholas Dawson. Who's going to touch the wall first? Nicholas made a strong push at the end. It looks like Gibson may have just edged out Nicholas, followed shortly behind by Caleb Powell. In lane number 5 is Nate Bartlett, followed by Caleb Osmond and Liam Noseworthy. Now we move on to the final heat of the boys 9-10 50-meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Jackson Dominic of the Sea Lions. Lane 2 is Benjamin Pelly of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Nicholas Dean of the Wave Runners. Lane 4 is Henry Wellman of the Bluefins. Lane 5 is Jace March of the Sea Lions. And in lane number 6 is Owen Pinkston of the Bluefins. And we have a clean start once again, and it looks like up out of the water we have a three-way race here in lanes 1, 2, or 3 is Jackson Dominic, Benjamin Pelly, and Nicholas Dean. In the first 25 meters, it looks like it's going to be Nicholas Dean who's going to touch the wall first, slightly ahead of Benjamin Pelly and Jackson Dominic. And now it is Nicholas Dean trying to hang on to his lead here in lane number 2 of Benjamin Pelly is putting on a push. Can Nicholas Dean hang on? Right there in lane number 4 is Henry Wellman as well, and he's making a strong push, and it looks like Benjamin Pelly may have edged out, and as Benjamin Pelly touches the wall first, slightly ahead of Henry Wellman, who edged out Nicholas Dean right at the last minute, followed up by Jackson Dominic, Jace March, and Owen Pinkston. Here we go, event number 5, girls 11, 12, 50-meter freestyle. 11 heats. In lane number 1 is Madison Hiscock of the Sea Lions. Lane number 3 is Isabella Stone of the Grand Bank Sharks. And in lane number 4 is Tony Rose of the St. Anthony Dolphins. Lanes 2, 3, and 4. Lane 2 is on your left, lane 4 is on your right. And it looks like we have a clean start, and it looks like it's going to be coming out of the water first will be Madison Hiscock of the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. Very closely behind is Tony Rose of the St. Anthony Dolphins, and right there with him is Isabella Stone of the Grand Bank Sharks. And it looks like right now it is Tony Rose who's going to touch the wall first, slightly ahead of Madison Hiscock and Isabella Stone. Now we're down to the final 25 meters, and it looks like it is Tony Rose is taking control of this race now, and now it's a battle for second. It's for Madison Hiscock and Isabella Stone, as this one is Tony Rose's right now, who took control after the first 25 meters. Now it's a battle. Can Madison Hiscock hang on to second place over Isabella Stone? And it looks like it will. It looks like Madison Hiscock edges out Isabella Stone for second place in heat 1 of 11. Now we move on to heat 2 of 11 of the girls 11, 12, 50 meter. In lane number 3 is Kate Williams of the Gators. In lane 4 is Bridget Tobin of the Sea Lions. And in lane number 5 is Lauren Woolridge of the Gators. Here we go, lanes 3, 4, and 5. Bridget Tobin in the middle. Sea Lion. surrounded by gators. And it is lane number 5 of Lauren Wooldridge, who's in first place. Second place is Katie Williams, followed by Bridget Tobin. And it's Lauren Woolridge. Touches the wall first. Right next to her is Katie Williams, followed by Bridget Tobin. And it's going to be a Lauren Woolridge. She's going to cruise to a victory in this heat here. Followed up in second place will be Katie Williams of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. And in third place will be Bridget Tobin of the Sea Lions. Gator power proved too much for the Sea Lions in this heat. Now we move on to heat 3 of 11. In lane number 1 is Ellie Stokes of the Sea Lions. In lane number 2 is Kinsley Williams of the Gators. In lane number 3 is Ava Andrews of the Sea Lions. Lane number 4 is Madison England of the Bluefins. And in lane number 5 is Abby Green of the Wave Runners. Here we go, heat 4 of 11. Oh, sorry, heat 3 of 11. Lane 1 is on your left, lane 6 is on your right. Out of the water, it is lane number 3 of Ava Andrews. Being chased closely behind her is in lane number 4 of Madison England. And it's Ava Andrews, Madison England. Right there with him is Kinsley Williams as well. And it's Ava Andrews slightly ahead right now of Madison England. And Ava with a great turn. It is Ava Andrews creating some distance between herself and the other two swimmers. And it looks like right now it's Ava Andrews trying to hang on as Madison England and Kinsley Williams are in a battle now for second place. And it looks like it's Ava Andrews cruises to her first place in her heat. Now it's a battle for second. And who is it? It looks like it might be lane number 2, which is Kinsley Williams, just edge out Madison England. Right behind her was Ellie Stokes and Abby Green. Heat number 4 of 11. In lane number 1 is Jordan Sims of the Sea Lions. Lane number 2 is Cadence Keefe of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Addie Babstock of the Piranhas. Lane 4 is Jada Freak of the Bluefins. Lane 5 is Nevaeh Sims of the Bluefins. And in lane number 6 is Ava Belbin of the Wave Runners. Here we go. Looks like we have a clean start here. And it looks like right now, the beginning of this race, it looks like it is a lane number 1 of Jordan Sims. Lane number 4 of Jada Freak is right there with her as well. It looks like her goggles may have slipped down, but it looks like Jada Freak has moved into first place and touched the wall first, slightly ahead of Jordan Sims. And now it is the Jada Freak. And now we have a battle for second place now between Cadence Keefe, Addie Babstock, and Jordan Sims. Right there is Ava Belbin and Nevaeh Sims. And it is in lane number 3. Lane number 4, Jada Freak touches the wall first, slightly ahead of Ava Belbin and Jordan Sims, followed up by Cadence Keefe and Addie Babstock. Move on to heat 5 of 11. In lane number 1 is Meredith Oak of the Wave Runners. Lane 2 is Sophie Mercer of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Dia Hopkins of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Faith Roberts of the Bluefins. And in lane number 6 is Jordan Budgell of the Wave Runners. Here we go, we got a clean start once again, and it looks like coming up out of the water, it is lane number 1 of Meredith Oak of the Wave Runners in first place. Right behind her is Faith Roberts and Dia Hopkins. is right there as well. And now they've closed the gap, and it looks like it's a four-way race here now for first place at the wall. And it looks like it is lane number 4, Faith Roberts, touches the wall first, slightly ahead of Dia Hopkins, who's moved into second place right now. Right there is Sophie Mercer as well of the Bay Robber Sea Lions, who might be edging out Dia Hopkins right now at the moment. And right there as well is Meredith Oak. But it is Faith Roberts who's going to touch the wall first. Now it's a battle for second place between Dia Hopkins and Sophie Mercer. And it looks like it's going to be lane number 3 who may have edged out Sophie there. And it's lane number 3. Dia Hopkins edged out Sophie Mercer. Followed right behind her is Meredith Oak and Jordan Budgell. Again, all my results are unofficial and slightly biased at times. Heat number 6 of 11. In lane number 1 is Willow Hackett Allen of the Wave Runners. Lane 2 is Georgia Hiscock of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Molly Brown of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Rachel Dominic of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Abigail England of the Bluefins. And in lane 6 is Lucy Hollett of the Bluefins. Here we go, clean start. As you can tell, these swims are taking place in rapid succession here right now. And right now it is lanes number 1, 2, 5, and 6, which is Willow, Allen Hackett, Georgia Hiscock, Abigail England, and Lucy Hollett. And it looks like it is lane numbers 5 and 2 that touches the wall first is Georgia Hiscock and Abigail England. And it looks like right now it is lane number 5 of Abigail England here who has the lead. Now it's a battle for second. And it looks like right now it's going to be Georgia Hiscock trying to hang on here now over Rachel Dominic. And it's Rachel Dominic, Georgia Hiscock, Lucy Hollett. And it is lane number 4 touches first, followed right behind her. It looked like lane number 6, followed by lane number 1. Lane number 4 of Rachel Dominic touches the wall first. Now we move on to heat number 7. In lane number 1 is Allie Noseworthy of the Sea Lions. Lane number 4 is Rachel Mercer of the Gators. Lane 5 is Sky Keefe of the Bluefins. And in lane number 6 is Katie Sweetland of the Wave Runners. Swimmers in lanes 3, 4, and 1, 4, 5, and 6. And off to dive, it looks like it is lane number 5. Who's trying to maintain a bit of a lead, which is Sky Keefe of the Bluefins. Right there as well is Allie Noseworthy, and it looks like it's going to be, it's Allie Noseworthy, Sky Keefe, and Rachel Mercer all touches the wall. Slightly behind them is Katie Sweetland. But now it's a battle here. Now it looks like it is lane number 5 here who's taking a bit of the lead here, which is Sky Keefe. It's Sky Keefe in first place. In lane number 4 is Rachel Mercer going to be second. Looks like now Katie Sweetland just edged out Allie Noseworthy for third place in heat number 7. Now we move on to heat number 8. In lane 1 is Lauren Mercer of the Gators. Lane 2 is Ella Jones of the Wave Runners. Lane 3 is Emily Gill of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Addison Tizard of the Gators. And in lane number 6 is Jenna Coolhall of the Piranhas. Heat 8 of 11. Girls 11, 12, 50 meter freestyle. And we have a clean start, and it looks like up out of the water first. It is lanes number 1 and 6, which would be Lauren Mercer and Jenna Coolhall. But right now in lane number 3 as well, it is Emily Gill putting on a push as well, and it looks like it's Emily Gill, Lauren Mercer, and Jenna Coolhall, and it looks like now is Jenna, Emily, and Lauren are making moves here. And it looks like it is Jenna Cahill out of Piranha's going to touch the wall first. And it looks like it's Emily Gill may have just slightly edged out Lauren Mercer for second place. Followed right behind them was Addison Tizard and Lauren Mercer. No, sorry, Isla Jones. Heat 9 of 11 now, and we go into lane 1 as Sarah Coates of the Wave Runners. Lane 2 is Willa Pettin of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Jessa Moss of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Madison Linthorne of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Brooklyn Daw of the Sea Lions. And in lane number 6 is Kara Tucker of the St. Anthony Dolphins. And we have a clean start here now, and it looks like it is lanes number 3 and 4 here now, which is Jessa Moss and Madison Linthorne. And it's Jessa Moss who is taking control here now. Is going to touch the wall at the first 25 meters. Right behind her, though, is lanes Willa Pettin and Madison Linthorne. But it's Jessa Moss. Now, who can hang on for second? As Jessa Moss has first place here wrapped up. Now it looks like it's going to be Willa Pettin. Is it Willa Pettin or Brooklyn Daw? Looks like it's going to be in lane number 4 of Madison Linthorne. Hung on there ahead of Willa Pettin. Brooklyn Daw and Kara Tucker. Heat 10 of 11 in lane number 1. Our very own Don Franey of the Sea Lions. In lane number 2 is Silver Stuckless of the Bluefins. Lane number 3 is Addison Wells of the Wave Runners. Lane 4 is Ava Langdon of the Gators. Lane 5 is Mallory Buckle of the Wave Runners. And in lane number 6 is Shakira Russell of the Wave Runners. Lane 1 is on your left, lane 6 is on your right. And we have a clean start. And it looks like it is lane number 3 of Addison Wells holding off Silver Stuckless right now. Right there with them is Ava Langdon and Mallory Buckle. But it is lane number 3 right now of Addison Wells who's in control of this race. And now we have a three-way battle here now for second place, as it looks like it is going to be lane number 4 of Ava Langdon's going to touch the wall slightly ahead of Mallory Buckle and Silver Stuckless. Right there was Don Franey and Shakira Russell. Great race by all 6 swimmers. Now we move on to heat 11 of 11. In lane number 1 is Lila Rousel of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Maya Osmond of the Wave Runners. Lane 3 is Ava Parsons of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Beth Bartlett of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Kayla Brown of the Marlins. And in lane 6 is Alex Andrews of the Sea Lions. And here we go. And we have in lane number 1. Lane number 1 of Lila Rousel and Ava Parsons here. It looks like Ava Parsons has turned it up a notch and has touched the wall first, slightly ahead of Lila Rousel. And now at the turn, Ava Parsons just taking control of this race. With an amazing turn, it's Ava Parsons who is just milliseconds off a provincial record in this swim. Touches the wall first, but what a race we have here now for second, and it looks like it's going to be lane number 4, which is Beth Bartlett edges out Kayla Brown, followed by Marla Osmond and Alex Andrews. But Ava Parsons on that turn took complete control of that race. Here we move into event number 6, boys 11-12, 50-meter freestyle. 5 heats. In lane number 1 is Ethan Jackman out of Marlins. Lane 2 is Liam Grimes of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Luke Crane of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Sullivan Power of the Wave Runners. Lane 5 is Drew Walsh of the Bluefins. And in lane 6 is Simon Henderson out of St. Anthony Dolphins. And in lane number 3, it is Luke Crane, who is out to a big lead here at about the 20 meter mark. And it's going to be Luke who's touching the wall first. In second place, it looks like it's Simon Henderson touching the wall in second. But Luke Crane in complete control here as he's going to cruise in the first place here now. And it looks like it is Simon Henderson cruising to second. Now we have a bit of a battle for third. Looks like Liam Grimes is trying to hold off Drew Welsh. But Luke Crane, the class of this heat so far, and as he touches the wall well ahead of everyone else. Simon Henderson is second. Now in lane number 2 is Liam Grimes. And it's Liam Grimes trying to battle his way into third place. Right there with him is Drew Welsh, whose goggles have fallen, but he's persevering and he's going to touch the wall in third place, slightly ahead of Sullivan Power and Ethan Jackman. Now we move on to heat 2 of 5. In lane number 1 is Cameron Thomas of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Jamie Harris of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is James O'Reilly of the Piranhas. Lane 4 is Hayden Hurley of the Sea Lions. Lane number 6 is Zachary Howell of the Gators. Hayden Hurley, stud goalie in the winter, swimmer in the summer. And we have a false start. And for some swimmers, they've heard the whistle. For others, unfortunately, they haven't. Some swimmers have conserved their energy. Some swimmers have used a lot of energy. I have to go back and restart again. Hayden Hurley, calm, cool, and collected as always. Very little stress. Here we go, heat 2 of 5. Boys 11, 12, 50 meter freestyle. Lane 1 is on your left. Lane 6 is on your right. Lane 1 is Cameron Thomas of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Jamie Harris of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is James O'Reilly of the Piranhas. Lane 5 is Hayden Hurley of the Sea Lions. And in lane number 6 is Zachary Howell of the Gators. Here we go again, heat 2 of 5. Boys 11, 12, 50 meter freestyle. And this time we have a clean start. And it looks like we have a good battle here between Hayden Hurley, James Harris, and James O'Reilly. And it looks like it's Hayden Hurley going to touch the wall first at the first 25 meters. It's Hayden. Right behind him in lane number 3 is James Riley. And it's Hayden Hurley now in control of this race. Calm, cool, and collected as always as he's moving down the pool. And it's going to be Hayden Hurley in first. It looks like it's going to be in lane number 3 is James O'Reilly in second. And in lane number 2 is going to be Jamie Harris in third. Now we have a battle here between Cameron Thomas and Zachary Howell. And it is in lane number 6, it looks like, of Zachary Howell, just edging out Cameron Thomas. Now we move on to heat 3 of 5. In lane number 1 is Lincoln Budgell of the Bluefins. Lane number 2 is Gavin Bennett of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Miguel Davignon of the Piranhas. Lane 4 is Luke Morgan of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Ethan Carter of the Bluefins. And in lane 6 is Noah Sharp of the Sea Lions. And we have a clean start here. And it looks like it is lanes number 2 and 3 of Gavin Bennett and Miguel Davignon. It looks like it is lane number 3 now is taking a slight lead here now, which is Miguel Davignon out of Piranhas, who touches the wall first. Right there with him is Gavin Bennett of the Bluefins. And it looks like it is Luke Morgan in lane number 4 who has third place right now, who's putting on a strong push. Can he catch Gavin Bennett? No one's catching Miguel Davignon, who touches first. It is Gavin Bennett second, Luke Morgan third. In fourth is Lincoln Budgel, followed by Ethan Carter and Noah Sharp. Now we move on to Heat 405. In lane number 1 is Andre Fitzpatrick of the Marylands. Lane 2 is Charlie Hollett of the Marylands. Lane 3 is Sam Morrissey of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Rogan Duty of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Jensen Cody of the Marylands. And in lane number 6 is Charlie Dawson of the Sea Lions. Here we go, and it looks like we have a clean start. It looks like it is lane number 3 of Sam Morrissey trying to hang off here against Charlie Hollett. Right there with him in lane number 4 is Rogan Duty. And it's lane number 3 right now of Sam Morrissey. Battling it out for second now is Charlie Hollett and Rogan Duty. Right there with them is Jensen Cody, followed up by Andre Fitzpatrick and Charlie Dawson. But it is lane number 3 of Sam Morrissey is in first place. And looks like it was lane number 2 of Charlie Hollett edges out Rogan Duty for second and third. Right there with him is Andre Fitzpatrick, Charlie Hollett, and Charlie Dawson. Now we move on to Heat 505. The last heat of the boys, 11-12, 50-meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Joel Seymour to Sea Lions. Lane number 2 is Caleb Jewer to Gators. Lane number 3 is Caleb Whalen to the Bluefins. Lane number 4 is Evan McGraw to Marlins. Lane number 5 is Carter Chapman to the Bluefins. And in lane number 6 is Alex Huzzy to Sea Lions. Here we go. Sea Lions on the outer edges here in lanes 1 and 6. But it's lane 3 of Caleb Whalen who's taking control of this race right now at the moment. And as Caleb Whalen touches the wall first in lane number 4, it looks like it's going to be Evan McGraw touches second. Right there with Evan McGraw is lanes number 2 of Caleb Jewer and Carter Chapman. Right there is Joel Seymour and Alex Huzzy, but it's lane number 3 of Caleb Whalen who's going to touch the wall first. Lane number 4, followed right there is Evan McGraw. Lane number 5 is Carter Chapman. Lane 2 is Caleb Jewer, Alex Huzzy, and Joel Seymour. It looks like Joel's glasses fell down. Who had a bit of a struggle there to get through persevered to make it through the final 20 meters of this race. Now we move on to girls 13-14, 50-meter freestyle. 5 heats. In lane number 1 is Alexis Burden of the St. Anthony Dolphins. In lane 2 is Kristen Norman of the Marylands. Lane 3 is Olivia Dix of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Georgia Toms of the Sea Lions. And in lane 5 is Madison Dyke of the Sea Lions. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is coming out of the water first, lane number 3 of Olivia Dix of the Bluefins. Right there with her is lane number 2 of Christian Norman of the Marylands, but it's Olivia Dix touches the wall first. Followed by Kristen Norman, Georgia Toms. Lane number 1 is Alexis Burden. But this is Olivia Dix here right now, and it looks like Georgia Toms in lane number 4 has moved into second place. Who's edging out Kristen Norman. And it is Georgia Toms touching the wall ahead of Kristen Norman for second place and third place right now. And then it's Alexa Burden. Rounding it off is Madison Dyke at the Bay Roberts Sea Lions as we move on to heat 2 of 5 at the girls 13-14 50-meter freestyle. Lane number 1 is Gracie Harrington. Lane number 2 is Avery Smith. Lane number 3 is Rachel Barrett. Lane number 4 is Shauna Rowe, all of the Sea Lions. The lone bluefin in lane number 5 of Winter Keefe. And in lane number 6 is Josie Canning in the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. 5 Sea Lions and a bluefin. Now, it looks like we have a clean start here, and it looks like it is lanes number 3, 4, and 5 right now. It's just too close to call of Rachel Barrett, Shauna Rowe, and Winter Keefe. And it looks like it is lane number 3 who's in the lead right now of Rachel Barrett. Right next to her in lane number 4 is Shauna Rowe. And it's Rachel Barrett in lane number 3, Shauna Rowe in lane number 4. And it looks like it's going to be in lane number 6 of Josie Canning is going to touch the wall third. Right there with them was Winter Keefe, followed up by Avery Smith and Gracie Harrington. Now we move on to heat 3 of 5. In lane number 1 is Kirsten Barrett of the Sea Lions. Lane number 2 is Leslie Howell of the Gators. Lane 3 is Bridget Ha of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Haven McHugh of the Sea Lions. Lane number 5 is Catherine Jewett of the Gators. And in lane number 6 is Lily French of the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. Lily DeWall, another goalie, who's always calm, cool, and collected. Well, not always calm, cool, and collected, but she's cool. And here we go. In lane number 2 right now is Leslie Howell, slightly ahead of Bridget Ha and Haven McHugh. And they're at the turn, and it looks like we have a 3-way race here right now in lanes 2, 3, and 4 of Leslie Howell, Bridget Ha, and Haven McHugh. And looks like it's lane number 4 of Haven McHugh, Bridget Ha. It's going to be a battle for first, and it looks like it was Haven who just edged out Bridget for first and second. Followed right behind them was Leslie Howell. Then it was Catherine Jewett, Kirsten Barrett, and Lily DeWall French. Now we move on to heat 4 of 5. In lane number 1 is Callie Osmond of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Chloe Caravan of the Gators. Lane number 3 is Charlotte Bombas of the Gators. Lane 4 is Peyton Barrett of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Jayla Harris of the Bluefins. And in lane number 6 is Callie Blanchard of the Bluefins. Heat 4 of 5, girls 13-14, 50-meter freestyle. We are flying along here on day 1 of the Summer Club Championships as Bay Roberts Sea Lions try to defend their title. And we have the girls in the pool right now, and it looks like it is lane number 3 of Charlotte Bombas fighting off both Chloe Caravan and Peyton Barrett. And as Charlotte Bombas at the 25-meter mark in a great turn takes control of the race, and it looks like it's going to be Charlotte who's going to be in first place. But we have a strong battle here now for second, as it looks like in lane number 4 of Peyton Barrett is going to edge out slightly lane number 5 of Jayla Harris, Chloe Caravan, Kaylee Osmond, and Kaylee Blanchard. Now we move on to the final heat of the girls 13-14 50-meter freestyle. Lane number 1 is Madeline Stokes of the Sea Lions. Lane 2 is Callie Morgan of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Olivia French of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Sophia McGrath of Maryland's. Lane 5 is Lucy Budgell of the Bluefins. And in lane number 6 is Rebecca Hamilton of the Gators. And it's lane number 3 of Olivia French taking control of this race right from the dive. Followed right behind, right next to her is Sophie McGrath and Callie Morgan. And it's Olivia French. Looks like it is Sophie McGrath in second. Callie Morgan is trying to hang on to third place here now with a strong push from Madeline Stokes. But it's Olivia French, Sophie McGraw. And it looks like lane number 2 of Callie Morgan edged out Lucy Budgell, followed by Madeline Stokes and Rebecca Hamilton. Here we go, boys. Now it's boys, 13, 14, 50-meter freestyle, 3 heats. In lane number 1 is Keegan Harris of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Liam Pinkston of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Luca Davignon of the Piranhas. Lane 4 is William Evans of the Marlins. And then lane number 5 is Hayden Carter of the Bluefins. We are down just to a few events left before we move on to the finals of the freestyle, which will be later on this afternoon. Every team vying for points. All those points go towards your total for the provincial championships, which will be announced on Sunday as the Bay Robber Sea Lions are looking to defend their title. And it looks like it is lane number 3 of Luca Davignon, who's in first place here with a fantastic dive. Touches the wall first. Looks like in second place it's going to be Liam Pinkston. Right next to him is William Evans. And it's William Evans and Liam Pinkston right now battling it out for second place. Well, Luca Davignon, nobody was touching him. And it looks like it is lane number 4 of William Evans. Just edge out Liam Pinkston. Right there in lane number 5 is Hayden Carter, followed by Keegan Harris. Now we move on to heat 2 of 3. In lane number 1 is Ethan Pike of the Marlins. Lane 2 is Neil Hardy of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Austin Morgan of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Preston Sims of the Sea Lions. Lane 5, Griffin Mercer, you guessed it, Sea Lion. And in lane 6 is Ben Holland of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. Starting to recognize some of the names now as swimmers that participated in the Newfoundland and Labrador Summer Games just a couple of weeks ago in Bay Roberts. For many of our summer swimmers, they put on an outstanding showing from all clubs here in Gander this weekend against some of the best winter swimmers in the province. And for our summer swimmers to keep up with those swimmers was a feat in itself. So great job to all the swimmers at the Newfoundland Labrador Summer Games. And let's hope you translate your success here to the pool here in Gander this weekend. And it looks like we have a false start. So it looks like they're all back to the starting block again. Here we go again. A Maryland in lane 1, a Gator in lane 6, 4 Sea Lions in the middle. Heat 2 of 3 of the boys. 13, 14, 50-meter freestyle. And this time we have a clean start, and it looks like out of the water first, it is lane number 3 of Austin Morgan of the Bay Roberts Sea Lions, who put on an amazing show at the Summer Games. Touches the wall first. Followed right behind him is Preston Sims. Right there. It is Austin Morgan well ahead in first place. In lane number 4 is Preston Sims. In second, lane number 2 is Neil Hardy. Finishing third, right there is Griffin Mercer, or G Merce, as he's known as. In lane 5, followed up by Ethan Pike and Ben Hewlett. Now we move on to heat 3 of 3. The boys 13, 14, 50-meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Ashton Higdon of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Ryan Parsons of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Nathan Dean of the Wave Runners. Lane 4 is Hayden Volke of the Wave Runners. Lane 5 is Jacob Efford of the Sea Lions. Lane 6 is Max Peddle of the Marlins. Here we go, and it looks like it is lane number 3 of Nathan Dean of the Wave Runners. Nathan Dean touches the wall first, but we have a very for second place between Ryan Parsons, Hayden Volke, and Jacob Efford, and it looks like it is Nathan Dean easily going to touch the wall first. Now it's a battle for second and third, as it looks like it is lane number 4 of Hayden Volke going to edge out Ryan, Chad Parsons, and Jacob Efford. Right behind them is Ashton Higdon and Max Peddle. Now we move on to event number 9. Girls 15-16, 100-meter freestyle. 2 heats. A long-standing record held 24 years by Ashley Drover at a time of 107.81. The fastest seed time heading into this is 1:15 flat. It's like almost 8 seconds. All right, heat 1 of 2. In lane number 2 is Haley Ralph of the Grand Bank Sharks. In lane 3 is Georgia Elliott of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Abby Wells of the Bluefins. And in lane 5 is Olivia Parsons of the Bluefins. This is 100 meters, 4 laps. Endurance is the key here, and we look at it, and it's lane number 3 of Georgia Elliott, who's going to touch the wall first at the first 25 meters. Right next to her is Haley Ralph and Abby Wells, along with Olivia Parsons. But it is Georgia Elliott setting the pace here at the first 50 meters. And is Georgia Elliott going to touch the wall? Right behind her, though, is Abby Wells in second, followed up by Haley Ralph and Olivia Parsons. Can George Elliott maintain the pace? As Haley Ralph is trying to hang with her to see if she can catch her in the last 25 meters. It is Georgia Elliott touches the wall. Haley Ralph. Right there is Abby Wells as well. Does Georgia Elliott have that extra gear? And it looks like she does. And is Georgia Elliott going to take first place in this heat? Right behind her is Haley Ralph and Abby Wells. Right there, and after that is Olivia Parsons. Some names I'm very familiar with, as many of these swimmers my daughter swam against over the years. Due to the different age brackets now, she's moved up in an age category. Next year she'll be swimming against these swimmers again. Now we move on to heat 2 of 2 of the girls, 15-16 100-meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Katie Lynn Butt of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Kaylee Tucker of the St. Anthony Dolphins. In lane 3 is Ellie Quigley of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Caitlin Morgan of the Bluefins. And in lane number 5 is Sarah Campbell of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. How long of a break between this and the finals? How long of a break between that and the finals? Any chance we can find out? And we are off. 4 laps, 100 meters. Looks like right now it is Kaylee Tucker in lane number 2, who's holding a slight edge over Caitlin Morgan of the Bluefins. And it is Kaylee Tucker touches the wall first. Right there is Caitlin Morgan in 3rd place. In lane number 5 is Sarah Campbell. Lane 3 is Ellie Quigley, followed by Katie Lynn Butt. And right now it is lane number 4 as Caitlin Morgan touches the wall. Just ahead of Kaylee Tucker. And right on Kaylee Tucker's heels is Sarah Campbell. And now it comes down to endurance here now as it's lanes number 4, 2, and 5. And the lane number 4 of Caitlin Morgan is trying to hang on here with a strong push from Kaylee Tucker and Sarah Campbell. And Sarah Campbell is putting on a push here, and it looks like Sarah Campbell in lane number 5 has caught her, and it's Sarah Campbell who touches the wall first. And it looks like even Kaylee Tucker may have edged out Caitlin Morgan by a stroke right at the end. But again, smart swimming to save your energy for the final 25 meters. As we move on now, and it's Ellie Quigley cluing up this 100-meter heat. Now we get ready for the boys, 15-16, 100-meter freestyle, 3 heats. Lane number 2 is John Lynch of the Wave Runners, followed by 3 Gators in lanes 3, 4, and 5 of Philip Bulford, Nigel Powell, and Dawson Poole. Here we go, lane 2 on your left, lane 5 on your right. Boys 15-16 100-meter, heat 1 of 3. And it looks like it is lanes 2 and 3 of John Lynch and Philip Bulford. Right there next to them is Nigel Powell and Poole Dawson. But a lot changes as we move into the 75 to the 100-meter mark. Right now it is in lane number 3 of Philip Bulford, who's holding on to his lead over John Lynch and Nigel Powell. Right there is Dawson Poole as well. Philip Bulford now trying to gain some ground here, so we got some breathing room in the final 25 meters as it's Philip Bulford who's going to touch the wall. Heading down the stretch to the final 25 meters. Right next to him is John Lynch, Nigel Powell, and Dawson Poole. What an outstanding race by Philip Bulford, as he is well in control here to move on to the finals, and it's going to be Philip Bulford. Right there in lane number 2 will be John Lynch in 2nd, followed by Nigel Powell in 3rd, and Dawson Poole in 4th. Now we move on to heat 2 of 3 of the boys 15-16 100-meter freestyle. Lane number 2 is Ben Lunscombe of the Gators. Lane number 3 is Ashton Parsons of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Jack Hardy of the Sea Lions. And in lane number 5 is Chase Sweetland of the Wave Runners. 4 laps, 100 meters. And it looks like it is. Lane number 3 is Ashton Parsons, who comes out of the water first at the first 25 meters. Right next to him is Jack Hardy and Ben Lundstrom. And here we go. It is Ashton Parsons in first with Jack Hardy and Ben Lundstrom right there as well, followed by Chase Sweetland. And it is Ashton Parsons in first place. Can he hang off and keep Ben Lundstrom and Jack Hardy at bay? It's Ashton Parsons and getting ready to touch the wall at the 75-meter mark. Right there with him is Ben Lundstrom. Jack Hardy is not too far behind, but it's Ashton Parsons here now. Ashton trying to hold off Ben Lundstrom, and it looks like Ashton Parsons gave himself enough space in the first 75 meters to hold Ben off for the final 25. And now it's Jack Hardy trying to hold off Chase Sweetland for third place in this heat. And it's Jack Hardy who's going to touch the wall in third place. Followed right behind him is Chase Sweetland. Now we move on to heat 3 of 3. In lane number 1 is Jordan Avery of the Wave Runners. Lane number 2 is Ashton Hurley of the Sea Lions. Lane number 3 is Charlie Seymour of the Sea Lions. Lane number 4 is Wesley Carter of the Gators, and in lane number 5 is Nathan Poole of the Gators. Again, a number of our swimmers, I recognize their names as swimming in the Newfoundland Labrador Summer Games. And I'm pretty sure a couple of these guys are members of the silver medal host relay team. And here we go. It's lane number 3 of Charlie Seymour in first place. Holding off Ashton Hurley in lane number 2. And Wesley Carter in lane number 4. But it's Charlie Seymour in first place here now. We have a battle now between Ashton Hurley and Wesley Carter for second place. Right there as well is Jordan Avery and Nathan Poole. But it's Charlie Seymour heading down at the 50-meter mark. In control here as it's Ashton Hurley and Wesley Carter now battling it out for second. With Jordan Avery trying to put on a push as well, but this is Charlie Seymour's race right now. Is Charlie Seymour going to cruise into the final in the last 20 meters or so? And it's Wesley Carter is going to cruise into second place. Watching Charlie touch the wall. Well ahead as it's Wesley Carter in second. Ashton Hurley in third. Right there as well is Jordan Avery in lane number 1, followed up by Nathan Poole. Now we move on to the second last event before we move into the finals. It's the girls 17-18 100-meter freestyle. 3 heats. In lane number 2 is Haley Piercy of the Grand Bank Sharks. In lane 3 is Olivia Sparks of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Haley Franey of the Sea Lions. And in lane 5 is Marley Warren of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is on your left, lane 5 is on your right. Here we go, 4 laps, 100 meters. And it looks like it's Haley Franey right now holding a slight edge in the lead over Olivia Sparks. But it's Olivia Sparks who's made the push now, and it's Olivia who touches the wall just slightly ahead of Haley Franey and Marley Warren, along with Haley Piercy. Now it's Olivia Sparks trying to gain some distance between her and Haley Franey. And it's Olivia Sparks who's going to touch the wall just ahead of Haley Franey at the 50-meter mark. Right there with her is Haley Piercy, followed by Marley Warren. But it's Olivia Sparks. Looking like she's gaining a bit of breathing room now between her 2 closest competitors of Haley Franey and Haley Piercy. And it's Olivia Sparks. with a great turn there now. Looks like she's in complete control of this race, and now it's a battle for second. As Olivia Sparks is going to cruise to the wall for first, and it looks like Haley Franey now is taking on the edge over Haley Piercy, and it is Haley Franey, second place over Haley Piercy, followed by Marley Warren. Here we go, heat 2 of 3. In lane number 2 is Emily Lynch of the Wave Runners. Lane number 3, star swimmer and my daughter, Kaylee Flynn of the Bay Robert Sea Lions. Lane number 4 is Jenna White of the Bluefins. And in lane number 5 is Jocelyn Coates of the Wave Runners. So again, many of these names are familiar as they've been swimming against each other for the last 10 years. And Kaylee, who just recently took up the freestyle portion of her swimming. She was usually butterfly, breast, and IM. But she's mixing it up the last few years and doing free back. And we have a false start. We have a false start, and swimmers are back to the blocks again. And in typical Kaylee fashion, smiling from ear to ear. Here we go again, heat 2 of 3 at a girls 17-18 100-meter freestyle. Lane 2 is Emily Lynch, lane 3 is Kaylee Flynn, lane 4 is Jenna White, and lane 5 is Jocelyn Coates. And we have a clean start, and it looks like out of the water it is lanes 2, 3, and 4 here now battling it out. It looks like Kaylee Flynn may have the slight lead at the 25-meter mark. And this Kaylee is going to touch the wall first, slightly ahead of Emily Lynch and Jenna White. And this Kaylee now hanging on to her lead here now at about 30 meters. And now it's Kaylee Flynn, Emily Lynch, Jenna White. And as Kaylee Flynn touches the wall at the 50-meter mark, here she goes. Right next to her is Jenna White, who's putting on a push here. As Kaylee moves in, trying to hang on, trying to build up a bit of a lead here for the final 25 meters. And it's Kaylee Flynn, Emily Lynch, Jenna White, Jocelyn Coates. It's Kaylee touches the wall first as they head down the final 25 meters. And it's Kaylee Flynn trying to gain some distance between her and Jenna White and Emily Lynch, along with Jocelyn Coates. It's Kaylee Flynn who's going to take this heat here now. Now it's a battle for second place. And it looks like it's going to be Jenna White, Emily Lynch. It's Kaylee Flynn who touches the wall first, and it was. Looks like Jenna White may have edged out Emily Lynch at the very last second, followed up by Jocelyn Coates. But Kaylee Flynn taking the heat. Looks like moving on to the finals of the girls 17-18 100-meter freestyle. Now we move on to heat 3 of 3. In lane number 1 is Bridget Franey of the Sea Lions. Lane 2 is Chelsea Keogh of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Claire Bombas of the Gators. Lane 4 is Bridget Bishop of the Sea Lions. And then lane 5 is Madeline Ackerman of the Sea Lions. And here we go, and it looks like it's lane number 3 of Claire Bombas. It's taking out a slight lead as they approach the wall at the 25-meter mark. Right next to Claire Bombas is Bridget Bishop. And it is Claire Bombas in first place. Right next to her is Bridget Bishop. Then we have a battle between lanes 1 and 2 of Bridget Franey and Chelsea Keogh for third. It is Claire Bombas in first place right now. Right there is Bridget Bishop. Now we have a battle here, and it looks like Chelsea Keogh slightly ahead of Bridget Franey. Right there with him now is Madeline Ackerman as well, who's making a push up to 75 meters. And as Claire Bombas touches the wall, Bridget Bishop there in second. Now we have a tight race between the final three swimmers here right now. And it is Chelsea Keogh, Bridget Franey, and Madeline Ackerman. As this Claire Bombas cruises into first place, Bridget Bishop in second. Who's going to take third? Is it going to be Chelsea Keogh? Is it going to be Madeline Ackerman? It looks like it's going to be Chelsea edges out Madeline and Bridget Franey to take third place in that heat. Now we move on to event number 12. I think yeah. So it looks like the boys 1800 meter freestyle will be a championship race in the finals, as it looks like they're going to be taking a break. I haven't got a timeline on how long that would be. I'm going to assume roughly 20 minutes as they straighten out all the times. So we'll be back at 4:30 with an update.
The finals for freestyle begin at roughly 4:15, so in about 15 minutes or so, the finals will begin. So get ready around 4:15. That's when the finals will start. correction to the last announcement. The finals will start at 4:30. So in 15 minutes from now, the finals will start.
Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Can everybody in TV land hear me loud and clear? Okay. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Just confirming everybody in TV land can hear me loud and clear. Got me? Perfect. Looks like in the next few minutes we'll be getting ready to move on to the biggest part of the day, is the finals of the freestyle portion of the Summer Club Champions Swim Meet in Gander. So the timers and the marshals are all taking their place. They're rounding up the swimmers now as we speak, and we should be starting within the next few minutes. So buckle up and get ready. Looks like we're very close to getting started now as they're announcing the swimmers for the final. So, event 3, girls 9-10, 50-meter freestyle final. In lane number 1 is Macy Butt of the Bluefins. In lane 2 is Eve Harris of the Wave Runners. In lane 3 is Priya Delaney of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Marion Powell of the Grand Falls Gators. In lane 5 is Reese French of the Sea Lions. And in lane number 6 is Kiva Delaney of the Sea Lions. The record for the 50-meter freestyle in girls 9-10 was set last year by Ava Parsons of the Sea Lions at a time of 35.36 seconds. The fastest seed time heading in is Priya Delaney at a time of 41.27. Here we go. The first final race of the 2024 Summer Club Swim Championships. And right now it is lanes number 3 and 4, which is Priya Delaney and Marion Powell. And it's Priya Delaney who has the lead. She's moving into the first 25 meters. She touches the wall first. It's Priya Delaney. Touches the wall slightly ahead of Marion Powell and Eve Harris. And it's Priya Delaney who's trying to hang on to this lead here now. And it looks like it's Marion Powell who's trying to hang on to second place. There's a strong push from Eve Harris. But it's Priya Delaney. It's Priya Delaney who's going to win the first final race of the 2024 Swim Championships. Followed next is Marion Powell. Right there is Eve Harris. Number 5 is Reese French, followed by Macy Butt and Kiva Delaney. Now we get ready for event 4, boys 9-10 50-meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Gibson McHugh of the Sea Lions. Lane 2 is Henry Wellman of the Bluefins. Lane number 3 is West Avignon of the Piranhas. Lane 4 is Benjamin Pelly of the Bluefins. Lane 5 is Nicholas Dean of the Wave Runners. And lane 6 is James Adams of the Bluefins. The record for this swim was set back in 2010 by Jonathan Anderson at a time of 37:37. The fastest seed time heading in is West Avignon of the Piranhas at a time of 41:06. This is going to be a very close race as we're looking at less than 2.5 seconds separate all 6 swimmers in this heat. Here we go. Lane 1 is on your left, lane 6 is on your right. Boys 9-10 50-meter freestyle final. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is right in the middle of lanes 2, 3, and 5 and 6 are pushing it ahead here, but it's lane number 3 of West Avignon who's going to touch the wall first, slightly ahead of Henry Wellman and Benjamin Pelly. But it's West Avignon who's got first place here now, but he is fighting off Benjamin Pelly. It's West Avignon, Benjamin Pelly. West Avignon, Benjamin Pelly. Now it's a battle for third. And it looks like third. It's number 6 of Adam Jones. And it's West Avignon. Henry Wellman. James Adams. Looks like 1, 2, 3. With Nicholas Dean and Gibson McHugh. Now we move on to girls 11-12 50-meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Kaya Brown of the Marylands. Lane 2 is Jessa Moss of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Ava Parsons of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Addison Wells of the Wave Runners. Lane 5 is Ava Langdon of the Gators. And in lane 6 is Beth Bartlett of the Sea Lions. The record for this event was set back in 1997 by Ashley Drover at a time of 31:55. Ava Parsons' seed time heading in is at a time of 33:85. Ava Parsons, the record holder in her own right at the girls' 9-10 50-meter freestyle. Now she's working to see if she can get a record in the girls' 50-meter freestyle for 11 and 12. But there's 5 other swimmers who are trying to get ahead of Ava here right now. Here we go, clean start. And it looks like at the 25-meter mark, it is going to be Jessa Moss and Addison Wells and Ava Parsons. Ava Parsons, with an unbelievable turn at the 25-meter mark, has taken the lead. And it's Ava Parsons who's going to take control of this race, and it's Ava Parsons going to touch the wall first. It's followed up by Addison Wells, Jessa Moss, Kayla Brown, Ava Langdon, and Beth Barlett. But it's the turn for Ava Parsons that changed this race. Now we move on to event number 6, boys 11-12 50-meter freestyle. Lane number 1 is Evan McGraw to Marlins. Lane 2 is Miguel Davignon of Piranhas. Lane 3 is Caleb Whalen of the Bluefins. Lane 4, Sam Morrissey of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Gavin Bennett of the Bluefins. And in lane 6 is Rogan Duty of the Sea Lions. The record for this swim was set back in 2014 by Bay Roberts' very own Dawson Mercer at a time of 31:56. The fastest seed time heading in is Caleb Whalen of the Bluefins at a time of 34:75. Here we go, boys, 11-12, 50-meter freestyle. Lane 1 on your left, lane 6 on your right. Here we go, and it's lane number 3 right now, Caleb Whalen. Right there alongside him is Miguel Davignon. Caleb Whalen, Miguel Davignon, Sam Morrissey. Now it's Caleb Whalen in first place. Sam Morrissey is pushing hard here. Can he gain ground on second? Can he gain ground on Miguel Davignon? It is Caleb Whalen in first. It looks like it's going to be Sam Morrissey. Touches the wall ahead of Miguel Davignon for second and third. Followed up by Evan McGraw, Rogan Duty, and Gavin Bennett. But an outstanding race by Caleb Whalen and a good push by Sam Morrissey. Now we move on to girls 13-14 50-meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is Peyton Barrett of the Sea Lions. Lane 2 is Sophie McGraw of the Marylands. Lane 3, Olivia French of the Sea Lions. Lane 4, Charlotte Bombas is Grand Falls Gators. Lane 5 is Bridget Ha of the Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Haven McHugh of the Sea Lions. The record holder for this swim is held back in 1999 by Ashley Drover at a time of 30:75. The fastest sea time heading in is Olivia French at a time of 32:35. And we got a clean start. And it is Olivia French in lane number 3 who comes up underwater first. And trying to maintain her first place lead here as she touches the wall at the 25-meter mark. Right alongside of her, Sophie McGraw and Charlotte Bombas. It's Olivia French, followed by Charlotte Bombas. Right there with them then is Sophie McGraw, but it's Olivia French, Charlotte Bombas, It's Olivia French first, Charlotte Bombas second. Who's going to touch the wall third? It may have been Bridget Ha. Squeaked it out over Sophie McGrath. Followed up by Peyton Barrett and Haven McHugh. And here we go, boys, 13-14, 50-meter freestyle. In lane number 1 is William Evans out of Marlins. In lane 2 is Luca Davignon out of Piranhas. In lane 3, a sea lion who just set the record in his previous swim at a time of 27:59, Austin Morgan. In lane number 4 is Nathan Dean of the Wave Runners. In lane 5 is Preston Sims of the Sea Lions. And in lane number 6 is Hayden Vokey of the Wave Runners. The previous record was held by Bradford Saunders way back in 2003 at a time of 27:97, which was smashed by Austin Morgan just hours ago at a time of 27:59. So now, can Austin beat his own record? Here we go. It's lanes 3 and 4 here right now. And it's Austin Morgan and Nathan Dean neck and neck at the front 25-meter mark. Right there in third place is Luca Davignon. But it's Austin Morgan, Nathan Dean. Nathan Dean is pushing the provincial record holder. And is it going to be? It's going to be Nathan Dean. It's going to be Austin Morgan. It is too close to call. What an outstanding race. My biased opinion will have to give that to Austin Morgan. Right there was Nathan Dean, Luca Davignon, followed by Preston Sims, Hayden Vokey, and Evan Williams. I would not be surprised if there's another provincial record broken in that swim. Event 9, girls 15-16, 100-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Kaylin Morgan of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Abby Wells of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Georgia Elliott of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Sarah Campbell of the Gators. Lane 5 is Kaylee Tucker of the St. Anthony Dolphins. And in lane 6 is Haley Ralph of the Grand Bank Sharks. The record here was set back in 2000 by Ashley Drover at a time of 1 minute 7 seconds, .81. The fastest seed time heading in is Georgia Elliott at a time of 1:14.18. It'd be very interesting to see if another provincial record was broken and if it was done by Austin Morgan or Nathan Dean. What an outstanding swim nonetheless. Here we go, girls, 15-16, 100-meter freestyle. 4 laps. Bit more strategy involved. Bluefins in lanes 1, 2, and 3. And it's lanes 1 and 2 right now lanes 2 and 3 taking control of Georgia Elliott and Abby Wells. Georgia Elliott, Abby Wells. Right there is Kaylee Tucker, followed by Caitlin Morgan, Sarah Campbell, and Haley Ralph. But it is Georgia Elliott right now who has the lead, moving into the 50-meter mark. But it looks like it is Abby Wells who is, not Abby Wells, Kaylee Tucker has moved into second. It is Georgia Elliott in third at first at the 50-meter mark. It looks like it's Abby Wells. Caitlin Morgan now have moved into second and third. Bluefins 1, 2, 3. Right there is Sarah Campbell, Kaylee Tucker, and Haley Ralph. What is George Elliott in first place? We know that much. And it looks like it's going to be Abby Wells in second. Caitlin Morgan in third. But we have a strong push coming on by lane number 5 is Kaylee Tucker. Can Kaylee Tucker catch? And it is Kaylee Tucker out. Swims Caitlin Morgan. to take third place. So it's Georgia Elliott, Abby Wells, Caitlin Tucker. Here we go. Event number 10, boys 15, 1600 meter freestyle. Lane number 1 is Ben Lunscombe of the Gators. Lane 2 is Ashton Parsons of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Philip Olford of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. Lane number 4 is silver medal winner at the Summer Games in the relay team, Charlie Seymour of the Sea Lions. Lane number 5 is Wesley Carter of the Gators. And in lane number 6 is John Lynch of the Wave Runners. The record for this swim was set back in 2016 by McCall Riles at a time of 1 minute 30 seconds. The fastest seed time heading in is Philip Olford at a time of 104.40. Here we go. And it's Charlie, Phillip, and Ashton here right now. And it looks like it's Charlie and Ashton here battling it out. Or sorry, Charlie and Phillip. And it's Charlie right now in lane number 4, who has the lead, moving into the 50-meter mark. It's Charlie, touches the wall first. Right alongside of him is Philip Olford. Right there is Ashton Parsons. It's Charlie trying to hang on here. As Philip had the faster seed time heading in. It's Charlie. It's Charlie going to touch the wall first at the 75-meter mark. It's Charlie and Philip both battling it out now. It's a two-man race, and it looks like Philip had a bit extra in the tank here in the last 25 meters. And it's Philip Olford who edges out Charlie Seymour for first place, followed up by Ashton Parsons, Wesley Carter, Ben Lunscombe, and John Lynch. And that was Charlie's race at the 75-meter mark. Here we go, girls 17-18, 100-meter freestyle. Lane number 1 is Jenna White of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Olivia Sparks of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Claire Bombas of the Gators. Lane 4, star swimmer Kaylee Flynn of the Sea Lions. Lane 5, Bridget Bishop of the Sea Lions. Lane 6 is Emily Lynch of the Wave Runners. The record for this event is held way back in 2003 by Ashley Drover at a time of 107.29. The fastest seed time coming in is a time of 1:15.44. Here we go, 100 meters, 4 laps. And it's Claire Bombas, Kaylee Flynn, and Olivia Sparks, all right there together. And as Claire Bombas touches the wall first, right there is Kaylee Flynn, Olivia Sparks, Bridget Bishop, Jenna White, Emily Lynch. It's Claire Bombas now, getting some ground between first and second. But it's Kaylee and Olivia Sparks and Bridget Bishop here now battling it out. And it's Claire Bombas touches the wall at the 50-meter mark. Kaylee is second. Bridget Bishop third. Olivia Sparks fourth. Here we go. Who has more left in the tank in the final 50 meters? It's Claire Bombas in first. Kaylee's holding on to second. Olivia Sparks and Bridget Bishop are putting on a push. It's Claire Bombas. Here we go. It's Kaylee and Olivia. This is Claire's race for first. Who's got second? Is it Kaylee or Olivia Sparks? Bridget Bishop is right there as well, putting on a push. Kaylee's putting on that extra push here, and it looks like Kaylee has moved into second place. It's Kaylee and Claire Bombas first. Kaylee second. Bridget Bishop third. Olivia Sparks fourth. Followed up by Jenna White and Emily Lynch. Outstanding swim by Kaylee Flynn. And that girl Claire Bombas done all right as well, finishing in first. Here we go, event number 12, boys 17-18 100-meter freestyle. Lane number 1 is Cameron Saunders of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Patrick Lamb of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Nathan Campbell of the Gators. Lane 4 is Chase Morgan of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Lucas Hiscock of the Wave Runners. And lane 6 is Caden Blanchard of the Bluefins. The record here is held by Mikhail Riles back in 2018 at a time of 54.84. The fastest sea time heading in is Nathan Campbell at a time of 104.22. Again, much like the previous race, these names are very common, as they've been swimming against each other now for, I would imagine, 10 plus years, most of these swimmers have. And Claire and Kaylee and Olivia certainly have had their battles over the years, and an outstanding job by Claire Bombas. But now we move on to the boys. And right now it is Nathan Campbell who's in first place here right now at the 25-meter mark. Right next to him is Patty Lamb. And it's Nathan Campbell, Patrick Lamb. In lane number 5 is Lucas Hiscock. Right there is Chase Morgan as well. But it is Nathan Campbell first, Patty Lamb second. Third place is lane number 5 and Lucas Hiscock. Right there is Chase Morgan as well. And it's Nathan Campbell who's gaining some distance between him and Patrick Lamb. And it's Nathan Campbell cruising into the last 25 meters. It's Patrick Lamb's going to be second. Now it's a battle for third as Chase Morgan has just moved into third place. And it's Chase Morgan and Lucas Hiscock now battling it out. And Chase Morgan, with a very strong final 50, has moved into third place. And it's going to be Chase Morgan edging out Lucas Hiscock for third place on an outstanding final 50 meters. Followed that up by Cameron Saunders and Caden Blanchard. And there we go. That's what we have, folks. Day 1 is in the books. We look forward to seeing everybody and hearing everybody tomorrow as we move on to day 2, which is the butterfly and the back.